welcome to our Stargazing and Vibe live show here with Today in Space. Thanks for joining us. You are taking a ride through our telescope eyepiece as we look at the universe.
Houston Integrity, AGA reading is when you're ready.
We are ready, and also arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you. CO2 1.6, O2 19.3. Pressure 13.8, temperature 75.3.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber config for this exercise period, and we'll definitely want the intermittent, the scheduled AGA reading in between the 2 runs and at the end. If it's looking good, we're talking about whether we might want to stay in that config through the end of reads exercise.
We copy, will do.
Integrity Houston, a reminder that we do have the bandwidth to come on board with the HHP camera. Let us know if that's something you'd like to do.
And Houston Integrity, at this time we're going to hold off on doing the HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
No rush. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 3 hours and 48 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are on the 4th flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which you can follow along with at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then tomorrow on flight day 5, which will be April 5th, the Orion spacecraft will cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth. Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled, as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period. Once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there are several activities planned for tomorrow, including an aux suit developmental flight test objective. The aux suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere of influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump insight.
We're with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Victor, we are looking for the latest observations you might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
It's a little louder than it was the last time we reported, so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually, it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for about 5-second intervals, but it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and you're seeing a view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft in the upper left hand of your screen there. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras, which are attached to the 4 different solar arrays on the spacecraft. And then in the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see a look inside the Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, specifically the Capcom and flight director consoles. So the Capcom or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There were some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of Flight Day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so, and so they're just providing some updates on the status of that activity.
when ready.
We are ready.
CO2 1.8 O2 20.1 13.5 psi 6.1 degrees.
We copy all. You got a very positive reaction from the Ecom BME area of the room on that CO2 level. And reminder, although I'm not sure it'll be needed, pay attention if you're feeling any symptoms of a rising CO2 and report those as well.
Absolutely.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis 2 mission, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were discussing some recent AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. The crew takes and reports these readings periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. And there's a full view inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control. That EECOM console that I was referencing is in the left-hand side of your screen towards the back of the room. And you can see all of the other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar science.
Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between members, but let us know.
And Houston is happy to eliminate that wait and go for the next person.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And so each of the crew members on board the spacecraft have a daily block of exercise, and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a exercise device that uses a flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions similar to a rowing machine, and they can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as aerobic and resistive exercise.
for photo TV.
Go ahead.
Actually, it's two questions. The first question is 7 gigs too big of a video to downlink? And second question is, did you all get the window DFTO videos?
Checking on both.
Window DFTO pictures. And then, Jackie, if you could pass along a message to the team analyzing those videos about the window DFTO, let me know when you're ready to come in.
Ready.
When I first started taking the photos, I realized that small changes in how far the lens was from the window made a difference in image quality. And so the first few shots are not useful, and they start on window. The first shots were on window 3, I believe, and then window 2, and on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side. The voice recording will say window 2 left 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight. And Victor, just to circle back, the team did get the window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional information will be very useful. Thanks. And to the first question about the 7 gigs for video size, we can give that a shot via Optical comm overnight tonight.
Okay, it's a PAO video, and we'll get that onto PCD1, and hopefully you get it overnight. Thanks.
Copy, PCD1.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some additional communication there from the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Nothing special, it's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone at lowest res, and it just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are almost 2/3 of the way to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
The window optical quality DFTO was completed during flight day 3, and it involved the crew taking images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures. They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space, and this infrared light's higher frequency allows more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth.
Integrity Houston for some timeline planning.
First, we're going to give you AGA readings as we just swapped crew members. We are still looking at CO2 at 1.7, O2 at 19.9, and cabin temperature at 76.0.
That sounds great. You might even say whoop. With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about two modifications related to the opportunistic lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So 2 questions for you all. One, we're looking for an estimate on when Reed will have finished exercise. And 2, would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check? So maybe 10 to 15 minutes there. And then also get the cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
Christina is happy to do those things, and for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
Okay, that sounds great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 0535. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
to me, that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Yeah, Reed, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
Okay, Jackie, this all sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize his maneuvers and the science objectives over my exercise.
Okay, we copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, those views coming from the solar array wing cameras. They were discussing an upcoming opportunity to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is getting set up for that exercise as the team here in Mission Control Houston work to configure the attitude of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
Jackie, the CO2 is 2.4, temp is 76.1, and everything's wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
That is perfect. We copy all.
Kick 'em.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Integrity Houston, a couple of items related to a dump visual check and then the forward plan for exercise stops and science setup.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Christina. First of all, we need Reed to stop exercise at or before 05:15 and give us a call to confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
Yeah, it does appear to have stopped. Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually, it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
Christina, we copy chugs
Yep,
about
Jackie,
every
that's
3 seconds.
That is continuing every few seconds. There is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reed has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that. And then, Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup and
okay, I'll keep an eye on
testing.
All right, Jackie, I'm ready to copy.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference. But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer or two to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that. What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against, our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Okay, yeah, the big picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if one is common is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3. And are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
Yeah, it's all embedded in that. So that conditional, if the OE comms crowded, gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded within the parent step 3.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look, and I'll start executing and let you know.
Okay, great. I had one more piece for you. In order to be ready for the 10 minutes we're going to have for the opportunistic imaging, we also suggest that you or a second crew member volunteer go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and Z9 with 35 millimeter lens in the lunar observation config. And step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup is 26.4.1114 for the D5 camera.
All right, Jackie. We were having a little bit of a conversation in the cabin for the first part of that, but I think you just would like me to set up those 2 cameras for lunar imaging, reference 36.4.1114.
Yeah, 26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IBA. All right. All tracks. I'll get on it. Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
I copy. Would you authorize one use of the toilet?
Checking. And Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first, they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon out of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon, about 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth. And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
My final thing.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
That is fair. We understand that at 15:15 we will stop exercising and you will start to maneuver the vehicle for the opportunistic science visuals. And then at that point, are we subbing in the PAO event and then doing the opportunistic science blue box activity after? Or are we doing the opportunistic science before?
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude. And then at 05:30, we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Copy. So you still envision both Victor doing the opportunistic science overall?
Yeah, we will take your judgment, but we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today. Integrity Houston for imaging and Peltor priorities.
Go.
Hey, Christina, since we've got this very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the camera set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1. And then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Perfect. We were thinking the same. Houston, we are clear on exercise.
We copy.
And CO2 is 2.4.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard that the crew has completed their daily exercise blocks. So the final crew member to complete their exercise for the day using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And now that that exercise is complete, they're going to be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic lunar imaging out of the windows inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Once that imaging is complete, the crew, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will begin getting set up for an upcoming CSA Public Affairs downlink event. And then once that event is complete, the crew will begin winding down for the day. They will have a private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. This is a standard conference that happens every day. And they will also have a private conference with the flight director. The flight director here currently is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Which window am I setting up?
Window 2.
Copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see. And one clarification on the cameras. After using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Understood, Jackie. That is an obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious. And, you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental a little bit. That is just awesome.
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
Well, our first observation, Jackie, is that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
We copy.
All right, we can clearly see Grimaldi, Glushko. We can see over to Oriental just with the naked eye. The moon is so bright just through the naked eye that it's going to take me a little while to adjust. You don't see any stars at all because the moon glow is so... I do see a couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright, bright white, especially on the south pole and the far side, and then all the mares on the near side are just very shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet, just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side of that past the mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
Jackie, we will definitely get the camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those mares is a huge basin, because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Seriatatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal, and the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
We copy, and thanks for sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
We got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I can come up with. Just seeing Psycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Copy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
We wanted to get a scene check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and get a sound check from you guys?
Yeah, it looks like a Halloween movie right now, kind of greenish, but I think it's a pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
And Jackie, if you're clear on the PAO setup, a couple more observations.
Yep, we are maneuvering. There's a little bit of in and out comm, but we'll take your observations.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did hear the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It's on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. It's on the terminator all along what basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be, but it's on the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orion spacecraft was maneuvered to an attitude a few minutes ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. You heard them referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater and it's a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Oriental Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
ready for one more observation and a question.
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene, and we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observations.
I missed your very last, but other than that, I all.
Sorry, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Sure thing. And I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
We copy.
Over to Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy, for this scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Copy. Christina just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be corrective. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, right there. I don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
Okay, Jackie, it's set in position, so you can do the final seat check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy. Yeah, you can pause. It's all good. All right, Integrity, we'll be ready for an on-time start in about 8.5 minutes.
moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. We had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston copies. Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we're looking forward to speaking with some youth today.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me? Say again.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's low gravity?
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
Got it.
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us. And if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here. And one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here,
We rearranged the wall.
and Reed here, I can push on him. So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space, and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only been eating space food for a couple days here, but Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure. Let's see where we're going to pull out. So
My dinner.
this is Jeremy's dinner, and in space, you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic bags or little metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already. So we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy. Je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de Terre?
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today, and I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour la question, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre. C'est quelque chose d'incroyable pour moi. Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu une Déméter, et ça c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet, et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors ça c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth, partial crescent Earth. We've seen a dark Earth, and when we woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training in Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
Absolutely. We have done some incredible geology training on Earth, and one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Kaimstaston Crater. And I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons and a great team of geologists, scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how, craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Oriental. And it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes, and it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough to see it. So we can't wait to share more when we get closer to the moon.
Thanks so much. Masab in Vancouver, BC has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
Well, there are many great space movies. For our specific example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major malfunctions like Apollo 13 did, but they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together. So that's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. Do you have a space movie?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
All right, we have another question, Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario. How has your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
Yeah, of course, in life you do things as a team, and my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Thanks. Parker from Apsley, Ontario, has a question.
Why does water become spherical in space?
Well, my 3 crewmates lived on board the International Space Station for a significant amount of time, and so they've done a lot of playing with water, and so they were giving me a tutorial today at lunch. Maybe I'll just get Reed to give you the tutorial that he gave me right now. Oh, Well, here you can see the spherical balls that I just let loose on the cabin. All right, Reed.
There's another one going over there, but it's really the surface tension. If you ever just see a little drop of water on your finger, even though it looks like a convex little drop on your finger in space, that surface tension is all around. So it just creates a perfect bubble because there's no gravity to act on it. And so it just stays in this perfect sphere, and it actually becomes a lens. And earlier today, we were laughing because we could make Jeremy's face go upside down or right side up, and it's pretty amazing. It's fun to play with water in space.
Victor's sending us a towel to clean up the mess.
Thanks for that demonstration. We now turn to Jackson from Calgary, Alberta.
How did you get to be on the Artemis 2 mission?
I'll answer while Jeremy's making a nice water bubble for you. How did Jeremy get to be on the Artemis 2 mission? Jeremy and I were selected as astronauts together back in 2009, and he was a member, obviously, of the Canadian Space Agency, and I was a member of NASA. And when Jeremy interviewed to be an astronaut, our chief astronaut, Peggy Whitson, was on their board. And Peggy came back from that interview and said, if Canada doesn't hire Jeremy, NASA will hire Jeremy. He did that well. So I think if you go through Jeremy's life, he grew up just a very inquisitive kid. He had huge dreams. He saw a picture of Neil Armstrong in an encyclopedia a long time ago walking on the moon, and it just sparked his curiosity and his imagination. And he always tells people that the most important thing when you have a dream and an aspiration is that you tell people, you talk about that. Some people may not believe you can do it, but you know you can do it. And the more you talk about it, the more people will begin to believe that you can make your dreams come true. And that is exactly what Jeremy did. So he turned his tree fort into a spaceship, and he became a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And then he got to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009, and the rest is history.
And I'm still not that good at water and space yet. I'm still learning, but I'll keep practicing.
Amelia de Mirabel au Québec a une question pour toi, Jeremy.
Quel rôle les jeunes d'aujourd'hui joueront-ils, selon vous, dans le futur de l'exploration spatiale? Et quel message avez-vous pour les inspirer?
Alors, les jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle vraiment important. En fait, c'est nécessaire que la prochaine génération contribue à notre avenir, à notre avenir. Par exemple, c'est important de juste suivre vos passions. Quand il y a quelque chose qui vous intéresse, apprendre tout ce que c'est possible. Et aussi, partager cet rêve, cet objectif pour vous avec des autres et former une équipe. Et vous pouvez faire des choses importantes pour les humains. Aussi, avec l'espace, maintenant, il y a plein des moyens à contribuer à notre civilisation. Par exemple, on peut utiliser l'espace. Quand on trouve une solution qui utilise l'espace, souvent, ce n'est pas une solution locale, c'est une solution globale. Alors, quand on utilise l'espace, on peut aider le Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi les autres pays, n'importe où au monde. The question was, how can young people contribute to Canada's or the world's space future? And the reality is there's just so many ways that you can use space. And often in space, when you find a solution, it isn't a regional solution, it is a global solution that can be shared around the world.
La prochaine question vient de William, qui est avec nous dans la salle.
Je m'appelle William Provencher de Carignan, au Québec. Est-ce que les astronautes sont formés pour pouvoir réparer tout et n'importe quoi à bord de la capsule Orion?
En fait, pour nous, on a la formation pour les astronautes est de réparer plein des choses dans les capsules, bien sûr, mais la plupart du temps, la formation, c'est piloter et opérer le vaisseau. Mais si on a des problèmes ici dans la capsule, on a une grande équipe sur la Terre qui peut nous aider pour réparer des choses. Alors, si quelque chose ne fonctionne pas, souvent, on demande à Mission Control à Houston pour nous aider à comment le réparer. Alors, on a des experts sur la Terre. Our question was, are astronauts trained to fix everything on the capsule? And the answer is, we're trained to fix a lot of things, but a lot of our training is about piloting and managing the systems on the capsule. There's a lot of things that if they break, we call Houston, Mission Control in Houston, and they walk us through how to repair it.
That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Onyx in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
What happens to organs when your stomach is in space?
So as far as I can tell, the question was, what happens to our organs in space? As far as I can tell, nothing. It feels very much like my body is operating pretty much exactly it did on Earth. The one thing that I noticed is, there is a blood shift. And if you knew me before I got to space, I'm sure my face is a lot puffier now. Is because there's a lot more blood up in my upper regions of my body because gravity is not constantly pulling it down. And I can just sort of feel it in my head. It's like, I don't know, just something different. I can tell it's just slightly different. It's not bad, but it's just slightly different. But other than that, for me, not a lot of changes. But let's talk to the expert over here. She knows a lot about this.
Well, I did just think of two organs that I know of specifically that have very well documented effects in microgravity or adaptations. They're actually ways that your organs change, usually to adapt to the environment. And one of them is with your heart. Your heart actually changes its stroke volume because even though we exercise almost every day, the rest of the time your heart does not have to work as hard to pump that blood up to your brain. And it adapts to that, and its muscles actually change. And when you get back from a long duration in spaceflight, you have to work really hard to get your cardiovascular system going. One other organ that is affected is your kidneys, because the kidneys and some of the parts in them actually rely on a gravity vector to work correctly. And they've found through science investigations on board the space station and things like tissue chips and organ chips that the kidneys are highly affected, and astronauts have to work or look out for kidney disease. So sounds like you're kind of interested in medicine. Thought I'd mention those too.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Jeremy, for sharing your amazing journey with us tonight and with all Canadians. Do you have any last thoughts before we leave you this evening?
Just really great to spend some time with my fellow Canadians from way out here. We're, if I do some quick math in my head, we're around 300,000 kilometers from home right now. It's an extraordinary journey, and sharing this journey with Canadians is incredibly meaningful for me, and it's so important that this generation and the next generation see themselves represented in this mission as these four humans and our incredible team from around the world head out on this journey around the moon. And just remember, Canada's future in space is bright because of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us here on Integrity. Have a great one.
Merci beaucoup, Jérémy. Thank you.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm. Integrity Houston, a few items to sync up on before you get into PMC and evening activities. Let us know when you're ready.
We're ready, Jackie.
All right, a couple of questions about today's timeline, and then some forward plans for the toilet and wastewater dumps. I guess we'll bookend with toilets. So first of all, we thought perhaps you had not prioritized toilet maintenance due to your earlier constraints, and so if you had not gotten to the toilet maintenance block, we do need it before you go to sleep tonight due to oxone constraints. How copy?
That is complete.
Excellent. We wanted to, we knew that maybe we stepped on some of the flexible HRP activities today, and wanted to let you know that at least the HRP standard measures we're looking for today, since it's asking about your first 3 days in flight.
Victor is going to knock that out soon. It was a flexible activity. He has not finished it yet. The other 3 are complete.
Absolutely works for us. Thank you. And then a couple of questions from science. We wanted to follow up and ask if you were able to complete your LTP reviews today, if you had any questions on those. And then looking for confirmation that you have or you plan to transfer the images you took during today's observations so that we can downlink them tonight.
And Victor has that in work right now. I believe we all were able to complete our studying. One question I had was just understanding the different uploads and whatnot. Do I understand correctly that overnight tonight, the actual final plan that we will be executing will be uploaded into our LTP? Is that right?
Christina, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, no other questions about our LTP review. The materials were great and it went well.
All right, one final topic for you, and we're looking for some feedback. Big picture for the toilet wastewater vent lines. We would like to try providing warm contents to the wastewater vent lines, ideally through a series of crew donations and then immediately followed by a dump. So we are wondering if you think that is something you could support this evening, and if you were to suggest a time, we would like to know what it is.
Jackie, are you looking for the number of donations or a minimum number? What would the minimum number be?
Christina, we don't necessarily have a minimum number, but we'd like to get as many as possible back-to-back uses.
We're looking for a good time, but yeah, I think we should all be able to cycle through there for you. I'm sure you've considered this, but there is also the option of PWD water heated in the food warmer, which will be very, very hot.
Yeah, Christina, teams down here had similar thoughts, but that system is designed for a particular type of fluid, and we want to stick with that chemistry.
Understood, makes sense. How about right after the flight director conference in that time frame?
That is perfect, and we will just take a call when you are all complete and ready for the event.
Copy that. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great. That is it from us prior to PMC.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen recently wrapped up a public affairs event.
On Reed's timeline is complete.
We copy.
And then following that public affairs event, the crew has been chatting with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, who you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Orbit 2 Capcom is Jackie Mahaffey for this shift. They are talking through the remainder of the timeline for the day, as well as some wastewater dump activities that have been taking place. One of the activities that they were discussing was an HRP, or Human Research Program study, related to spaceflight standard measures. This experiment is conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station, and now also as part of the Artemis missions on board the Orion spacecraft. Through this experiment, it collects a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will also move into their daily private medical conference. This is a private conversation with the medical teams on the ground that they have every day, typically at the end of their day. And then following that private conference, they will have a brief private conference with the flight director currently on console, which is Diane Daly, who you can also see in the bottom corner of your screen. Following both of those private conferences, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this period, they will complete some hygiene activities, and they will also have the chance to eat their dinner and begin winding down for the day before they head into their sleep period.
conference if that works.
It does work for us.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard a call there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. They just completed their private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. Again, this is a daily standard conference that takes place throughout their mission, and they are now moving into their daily private flight director conference. And then after that is complete, they will move into their pre-sleep period. Right now, we are about 3 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon. This spacecraft is about 195,000 miles away from Earth and about 86,000 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed the 2/3 of the way mark, so they are over 2/3 of the way to the moon. And again, they are expected to make their lunar flyby and the lunar close approach on flight day 6, which will be on Monday, April 6th.
on one for 2 quick topics.
Go ahead.
I know we're into pre-sleep, but if they get email sorted out, we would like a call all the way up until MET 8:45 tonight if email gets sorted. That's topic 1.
Will go.
And then we are going to initiate the year-and-ups now, so we're going to start trying to fill that tank.
Okay, we copy. Let us know when you are complete. We are expecting to do a short trial dump, and regardless of the results, we'll call back up and give you a go for the rest of the night. Back to your email comment, we have a forward link LOS around 8:10, 8:15, so that will be the latest time that we would call.
That was very broken.
Okay, Reed, is this coming through any clearer?
Much clearer.
All right, I don't know if that was a user error or what happened there, but what I was saying was we do have an upcoming forward link LOS at around 8:10, and so that will be the latest time we might call you about an email status.
Okay, if you all cannot uplink email tonight, can you please unlock it so we can at least get into it, even if it's old email, and compose new responses? We are woefully behind on communicating with our families.
We copy. We will make that happen.
Hey, Jack, yeah, one last comment for you while we're just closing out our day.
Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to, we told this when we were just on that conference, but we are stroking hard up here. We are very, very busy up here. We skipped OTC 1 and 2, and we are barely getting through our day, and that is with all of us together and getting the job done. So we do not have time throughout the day to be taking notes or composing email stuff. I just want you all to have that perspective that there has not been a single moment of downtime up here, so we're stroking hard. And just let Jeff know, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, Reed, thank you for that insight. That matches our observations, but it's good to hear from you as well. With that, we are working on privatization for OE2. While we do that, we're going to do the ACU swap, and then we'll call up for a comm check and let you know OE2 is configured.
Okay, Jackie, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right, go back. We will hold off on the ACU swap, and OE2 is ready.
Okay. Okay, Jackie, that was very broken, but thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew is currently in their pre-sleep period, and while they're doing that and preparing to go to bed by eating their dinner and performing some hygiene activities, I have Sarah Schmidt joining me on console for a few short minutes. She is the Artemis 2 crew lunar observation lead. Hey Sarah, thanks for joining us.
Hi, happy to be here.
So can you tell us a little bit more about your role for the Artemis 2 mission?
Yeah, so like you said, crew lunar observations lead. I have a team within the Artemis 2 lunar science team, and we work on developing the software internally for the team and then also for the crew to use on board during their lunar flyby.
And the lunar flyby coming up pretty soon on flight day 6. That will be Monday, April 6th. So today the crew was working to prepare for the lunar flyby a little bit. Can you walk us through what that lunar targeting package is?
Yeah, so Lunar Targeting Package, you might hear it be called the LTP, is essentially a plan or a guide for the crew to use during their lunar flyby period, and it maximizes the science observations of that period of time they're looking at the moon, capturing observations. It has a step-by-step or time step-by-step instruction of, what is best seen at specific times, and also we provide visualizations with it to help guide the eye into the moon of the certain area or feature that's of interest, developed by the whole science team, and then our team does the packaging and delivery of it.
All right, and I think y'all have been working pretty closely with the crew for a while to get them trained up in preparation for the lunar flyby and some of those observations that they're going to be making. So how have you and your team been working with the crew ahead of that lunar observation period?
Yeah, we have been working with the crew. So as part of the lunar science team, we've participated in the simulations and also crew training activities. So they have the lunar targeting plan in front of them, usually using it as part of the sim or training. And then also over the last year or so, they've provided us so much feedback that the LTP is almost a tool made for them, kind of by them at this point, because of all the amazing feedback they provided us. And so we just wanted to make sure they were super comfy with it.
So they had their lunar flyby plan review today. So how did that help your team and also help the crew prepare for the flyby that's coming up here shortly?
Yeah, so there were not a whole lot of notes in terms of questions about the lunar targeting plan during that review process, and really just made us super excited to get that new file updated to them after the trajectory update. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to providing them the lunar targeting package, which will actually be uplinked today.
All right, coming up in about a day or two, we will have that flyby, and I know a lot of people are waiting with bated breath, even though they've already made some lunar observations even as early as today during some of that opportunistic imaging we heard earlier. But what are you personally most looking forward to with the flyby?
Oh, man. I was in the science evaluation room, the SIR, when they were doing those observations earlier today, and tears were happening. It was just amazing to hear. So much training and excitement and passion has gone into this mission, I'm sure from more than just outside of our team. So having those observations be heard by us and having them call out specific features was just, it almost felt like a dream, like unreal. And so, you know, that was maybe 10 minutes of observations, and we're gonna have many hours of it. So we're packing up on tissues.
I think it'll be an exciting day, and they really bring it to life with some of their observations and being able to describe what they're seeing for us here on the ground. Is there anything particular that you're hoping that the crew will be able to capture?
Yeah, so personally, Earthrise and Earthset, I'm really excited to hear any of their verbal observations and also see the imagery. The Apollo era imagery of Earthrise is just amazing. So excited to see that, 50-ish years later, and just seeing the Earth at a new perspective. And I know the crew also has their own areas of interest on the lunar surface that they're excited to see. So I'm excited to hear kind of like the excitement in their voice describing those features.
I think it'll be exciting for all of us here on the ground hearing some of those, but I'm sure the view that we're going to get won't compare to what they're seeing. And of course, we'll get some of that imagery, still imagery and video downlinked after the flyby as well. But thank you so much for joining us. To wrap it all up, is there anything else you want to share with the world about your role in this mission?
Yeah, really just that, this is the first crewed Artemis mission, and I'm really looking forward to all of the future ones and helping support that.
You can normalize OE2, and you can also go for flush. The toilet is pulling down now.
Houston copies both. We will put the vent in work and let you know when you're go for toilet. Also, we wanted to offer one item for you. We noticed that your PCDs were not changing automatically to the sleep brightness, the pre-sleep lighting config on your screens. And if you'd like to set that up, we can offer a procedure.
If you want to just put it in mission summary, that'd be great. I think we ought to use Flux. If you're talking about Flux, we ought to use it. We'll just monitor that on our own.
That's it. And all right, well, you got it.
And there's some communications from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman on board the Orion spacecraft. They were referring to the PCDs, which are their portable computing devices, basically the tablets that they reference procedures on. And again, the crew is in their pre-sleep period as they wind down their day. So Sarah, you were talking a little bit about what you'd like to share with the public about this mission and some of the excitement that you have to round out our discussion.
Integrity, if able, we would take some crew observations of the vent in work.
All right, before we get stepped on again by some of that communications with the crew, let's go ahead and wrap it up. Is there anything else you wanted to share?
just looking forward to future missions and the observations that we'll see in Flight Day 6.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. It was a pleasure to have you joining us, and we look forward to that lunar flyby and some of the amazing work you've put into that lunar targeting package. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're starting to see just a little bit of venting. And it sounds like up here that OE2 is still privatized.
Okay, we copy both, and sorry about that. We'll work on OE2.
And now we have a pretty good vent. I would say we're 50% blizzard with a few chugs of full blizzard. There was a full blizzard right there, but it looks about like it has the last few days, maybe a little less right now.
We copy all. We're going to watch it for a few more minutes, and then we expect to terminate. And OE2 is normalized.
Houston integrity for venting and opportunistic imaging.
Go ahead.
Hey Jackie, some observations about the venting. We're still having the chugging. Basically every couple of seconds the volume coming out dramatically changes. There's sometimes just a very quick burst. Sometimes there's sustained sprays. Sometimes there's longer flowing activity. One really big distinction between the primary and the secondary line venting is that the primary line venting that we're seeing now seems to have bigger particles and many more ice particles. We can actually see large chunks coming out, whereas when we do the secondary vent, it's like a spray, very, very fine, almost a mist, and it's 100% continuous. Just wanted to offer those observations. Also, for the opportunistic imaging, there is a voice recording on PCD3.
Christina, we copy PCD3. Stand by for a question on the dot. Christina, our question about your venting observations is, was there any point where the primary line venting looked different, i.e. closer to the secondary vent, perhaps on flight day 1?
Great question. It did. On flight day 1, it was a lot finer particles as well. I think the secondary still looks finer and more continuous spray than the primary was even in the beginning, but they were definitely a lot closer or the same.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, and it is still going in its strong, chugging way.
Christina, we copy. We will likely terminate it here shortly, but we did decide to keep it running just a few minutes longer than expected.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The team here on the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Christina Cook, have been discussing a recent wastewater dump. The toilet, or the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, typically vents wastewater overboard each day. And so the Orion spacecraft recently maneuvered into an attitude to support that wastewater dump. And so they've been discussing some of the observations being made following that activity. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The view currently on your screen coming from one of the solar array wing cameras attached to the solar array wings of the Orion spacecraft. There are 4 solar array wings that provide power generation for the spacecraft, and in the distance there you can see the moon. Currently the Orion spacecraft is about 84,000 miles away from the moon and about 196,000 miles from the Earth. The crew is currently in their pre-sleep period, and during this pre-sleep period they will be eating their dinner for the day. Some of the items that the crew has planned for dinner includes some Caribbean chicken, barbecued beef brisket, and some mac and cheese, among some other items.
Integrity Houston, post ACU swap, 2 items for you.
Go ahead, Jackie.
First of all, the wastewater event is terminated. Unfortunately, it was still very slow. What we'd like to do is give you a go for toilet use per the plan that crew proposed during the flight director conference.
Okay, we copy that. We will do that.
And second item is all crew email is unlocked for read. Still no joy. We can do some more troubleshooting overnight if you give us a good time to go back on board.
Okay, how about from the start of crew sleep, Jackie? Is that good for you?
That works for us. And that's everything we had for you. I think we are ready to say have a great evening.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And are there any periods in the night where the toilet for that plan is no-go, or it's go all night?
Yep, toilet is go all night per that plan. The next potential time we would dump is per the timeline in the morning after post-sleep.
Okay, that's perfect. And then can you make sure the secondary dump line heaters are on and that is go all night as well?
Secondary continues to be go.
Okay, we got a great plan. Appreciate you all today. Have a good night.
You as well.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 3 days, 7 hours, and 34 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Currently, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. In this view, you can see the crew module up on the top, as well as the service module below it. The crew is currently in their pre-sleep period, and they are preparing to go to sleep here pretty soon to wrap up flight day 4. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft continues to be in their pre-sleep period. This is a approximately 2.5-hour block of time each day where they can eat their dinner, wind down for the day, and complete any hygiene or other activities to prepare for their upcoming sleep period. They have about 30 minutes remaining in that pre-sleep period, and then they will enter into their 8.5-hour block for crew sleep, and that will round out the 4th flight day of the mission. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. This website is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and it provides real-time updates on the data and telemetry of the Orion spacecraft, especially when we don't have live views coming from the spacecraft itself. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 198,000 miles away from the Earth and about 83,000 miles away from the Moon as it continues to close in on the Moon. Tomorrow, during Flight Day 5, the Orion spacecraft and its crew will reach another important milestone when they enter the lunar sphere of influence, and that is when the gravitational forces of the Moon become stronger than that of Earth. Throughout the day today, the crew completed several different activities. One of those activities was a manual piloting developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. And during this activity, the crew performed several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves, the 3 translational degrees of freedom of forward, backwards, up and down, and left and right, and the 3 rotational degrees of freedom of roll, pitch, and yaw. And through this test objectives, the crew was comparing the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom. And it also differed from the piloting during the proximity operations demonstration that took place on the first flight day, and that the seats are now put away, so the hand controllers were on their orbital mount rather than on the seat mount. And this time, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and NASA astronaut Christina Cook got to spend time piloting. And throughout the demonstration, the crew stated they were impressed with the handling qualities, and they were able to maneuver and position integrity to also get some incredible views during that demonstration. Throughout the day, the crew also completed a lunar flyby plan review in preparation for the upcoming lunar flyby, which will take place on Flight Day 6. And during this plan review, each crew member had the opportunity to review their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool that guides crew observations during the lunar flyby. It consists of 2 key components, the Lunar Geography Review and the Lunar Targeting Plan. The Lunar Geography Review helps the crew to study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and also learn how to orient themselves during the flyby itself. And then the Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and verbal descriptions. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, who you can see there in the bottom right hand of your screen. The Orbit 2 team is currently being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, currently on console is Jackie Mahaffey. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, as the crew continues to wind down for their day to conclude Flight Day 4. They will begin preparing tomorrow for Flight Day 5, during which they will spend the majority of the first half of their day working through a OX suit developmental flight test objective. OX standing for Orion Crew Survival System suit. During that test objective, they will be performing several different demonstrations as part of the DFTO. They will configure the Orion cabin, and they will also don or put on those suits and perform some suit leak checks. They'll also perform several different demonstrations while wearing the suits, including a suited nutrition and hydration contingency operations demonstration, and they'll also work to decrease the suit pressure and control the cabin pressure as part of the flight test objectives. All of these different tasks that they'll be working through are to test the capabilities of the suit. And the crew did wear that Orion Crew Survival System suit for launch. That is that bright orange suit, and it helps to protect the astronauts on launch day and also in emergency situations and throughout high-risk parts of the mission.
Info.
And that call down from NASA astronaut Christina Cook to the team here in Mission Control Houston. The ground does have a loss of forward link right now, which means the crew can communicate down, but Mission Control Houston is unable to communicate up, but this is a planned loss of signal. So again, tomorrow during Flight Day 5, the crew will be performing several different demonstrations for the Orion Crew Survival System suits. So these suits help protect the astronauts on launch day in emergency situations and throughout high parts of the missions near the moon and during the high-speed return to Earth. The suits are managed by a team in the OX lab here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, and each suit is tailored to the crew member's anatomy and includes systems for air, food, water, and waste management. And in the event of an emergency, the OX suits are engineered to sustain life for up to 6 days. So again, during this demonstration tomorrow, the astronauts will practice donning and doffing the suits in weightlessness, experience its pressurized environment, and confirm its performance for long-duration survival. Ahead of that flight test objective tomorrow, let's go ahead and take a look at those suits and what they will be doing.
The Artemis 2 mission will be a 10-day mission to the moon and back. The purpose of this mission is primarily to test out the Orion spacecraft for the future missions where we will go and land on the lunar surface. One of the fun things that we will actually be doing is donning the suits while we're in microgravity and actually experiencing them in the true pressurized weightless environment in the vehicle. I'm Dustin Gomert. I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager, NASA Johnson Space Center, and this is how you dress for space. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying them for the Orion mission. The Orion Crew Survival System, OCSS, or OX, is the suit designed to keep the crew safe in an atmosphere, personal atmosphere around their body for launch, entry, landing, but also for long duration events in case there was an emergency on the way to the moon. There's several unique parameters that have to be designed in such a suit, such as how much pressure it can hold, the duration it can hold the pressure for, the amount of leakage that comes out of the suit, all the physiological functions. Each suit that the crew wears is custom built for their unique anatomy. It's your personal environment, it's a personal pressure vessel. It's, in the simplest terms, a body-shaped balloon. Each fit check, the crew gets practice donning and doffing the suit to understand how to rapidly get the suit on in the event of an emergency. The suit is put on very much like any other garment. Instead of the zipper being in the front, it's in the back though. The pants are put on very much just like any pair of pants, and then you would climb into the suit and stand up. Your head will come through the neck ring, and the suit is effectively donned. Generally, you get a buddy to help you zip it up from behind, and then you can don your gloves, your helmet, and at that point, you're effectively sealed inside the suit. You may think you recognize the suit that we're designing from its heritage in the shuttle program. There is very much similarities between this suit and that flown in the shuttle, the Advanced Crew Escape suit. The OC suit, however, is very specifically designed for its unique mission. And this unique mission is long-duration survival in the space capsule environment. In this context, if you're circling the moon or in transit to the moon and have to do a spin around to come back, it could take up to 6 days to return home. In this case, the suit has to be designed perfect to the occupant wearing it. The person is provided with all the necessities to support life for that duration, including food, drink, air, and bodily waste management as well. The orange layer is actually Nomex, and the Nomex is designed to keep the crew safe in case of a contingency heat or flashover event. The orange, in particular, is chosen because the capsule lands at sea, so international orange is very, very visible for maritime recovery. The blue V that runs down the chest of the suit is part of the torso harness that's sewn underneath the cover layer. Each of those is designed for reflectivity. Should crew come in, shine a light on them, instantly they know where to grab and how to save the crew. Working here on these suits is an absolute privilege. The weight of it is also incredible in knowing the ultimate responsibility that you and the team share. That crew is the #1 priority. It's kind of overwhelming in a sense. It's exciting in a sense. It's awe-inspiring in every possible way. I have a feeling when the day comes, the crew is up there and everything's safe, there's going to be a massive sigh, a massive sense of just joy that we all feel. We're all looking forward to it. It's going to be amazing.
Houston, so again, the crew will be performing a developmental flight test objective tomorrow on flight day 5 as part of that, or using those Orion Crew Survival System suits. They will be putting them on, pressurizing them, and testing various capabilities of those suits. Following the completion of that developmental flight test objective, the crew will then stop for a little bit and have their midday meal. And then in the latter half of flight day 5, there is a planned outbound trajectory correction burn. There so far have been 2 other outbound trajectory correction burns. Both of those have been canceled as they were determined they were no longer needed due to the accuracy of the TLI, or translunar injection burn, which took place on flight day 2, but should it be needed, there is a planned outbound trajectory correction burn available during flight day 5. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew recently entered their sleep period to round out flight day 4. We are 3 days, 8 hours, and 48 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Diane Daly. The Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will begin making their way on console in about an hour from now and begin their handover with the Orbit 2 team. We are currently in an expected loss of signal between the ground and the Orion spacecraft. During these loss of signal, we do have the ARROW, or Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, which continues to provide updates on the data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is just over 199,000 miles away from the Earth. Soon it will surpass that 200,000 mile mark, and it is about 81,000 miles away from the moon as it continues to close in that distance. We are expecting that the Orion spacecraft and its crew will make the lunar close approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be on Monday, April 6th. And this is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see an image of NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the Artemis 2 mission. This photo was captured on board the Orion spacecraft as he was looking out of one of the spacecraft's main cabin windows, looking back at Earth and all of us here on Earth as they were traveling towards the moon. This image was captured on flight day 3. And then this image, a similar one, was captured of NASA astronaut Christina Cook, again looking back towards the Earth as they began to increase that distance between them and the Earth and travel closer to the moon. The crew has been capturing some incredible photos throughout their journey to the moon, and we will continue sharing those photos as we receive them. Again, the crew is almost 200,000 miles away from the Earth now. They are expected to make their closest approach to the moon on April 6th, and then they are expected to return and splash down back on Earth on April 10th.